Um, you can be unmute and ask questions. I'm only recording my voice, so you don't have to worry about being heard. Oh, that's fine. I can like get my phone out to the side to be able to read chat. Just gotta like check it on it every little bit to make sure it's still like up. Let's see, stream link. Let's see, make sure I'm on the right thing. Okay, so I haven't really streamed like this before, so you'll have to bear with me. I might be a bit slow to all this. And hopefully nobody just jumps in and then like starts talking about something random and I have to mute them so I can concentrate. Okay, so there was a discussion in the creative channel before about like how do you actually copy what you see? Because there's this innate tendency that everybody has that instead of drawing what they see, they draw what they think something is. So like this banana here, for example. Someone might have a banana, I just like draw a banana. Like a banana shape. Right? And then there's a line there, draw the line there. But I know I'm like drastically oversimplifying it, but like if you just leave it at like this level, even if you refine it a bit, you kind of lose out on a lot of like the more subtle details unless you start looking closely. Like over here there's like a little almost like a ridge on the banana itself. You have this like small lines here, small dots here, these small dark spots here. All these like little details that you have to like look closely. And this being a banana is a bit easier because banana is a bit of a weird object. Am I cutting out a lot? Okay, let me check my mic. Okay, it's on automatic input sensitivity, that might be why. So let me just put that all the way down. Now it should be fine. Can you hear me okay now? Okay, let me just make sure my like OBS things also work properly. Turn the thresholds down. Okay. So drawing things like fruit, I think, are some of the it's one of the easier things to start with because fruits are pretty simple shapes. It's easier to just focus on like the actual shapes and curves of the fruits because every fruit looks a little bit weird. So like here, um, oops. So like here we have a banana, just to start out with. So It's my approach to drawing this would be to slowly start breaking down the shape. Just get something rough. Look at how the contours and angles are. Like here, there's a slight upward angle. So I try to copy that. I try to be a bit accurate, but I don't try to like get too caught up in if this particular line right now is accurate or not, because I can always fix it later. You can imagine I'm like using something similar to a pencil. So just trying to like roughly get the shape together for now. Let's see. This area is actually a bit higher up, isn't it? I'm not going to be erasing too much, just so you can see all of my random line strokes everywhere. How I'm like slowly refining the shape I've built out. And here we have, let's see, this curves a little bit. It goes slightly to the right. A slant here, a slant here, here. And then there's this weird shape on top where the stem's broken off. It's like an angle there. This angle here. When you're drawing these, try to look at your reference image more than you look at your actual drawing. It sounds a bit scary to put that way, but believe me, it helps a lot to like make sure you're not focusing too much on the small details and that you get like the whole picture. Let's see, this banana is actually a bit longer around here. The more you look at your reference, pretty much the closer you're going to get to your reference. It's more important to look at the reference over here than it is to look at the sketch over here. Now we can start breaking down more of the other lines and contours on this. Let's see, there's a line about here. It goes all the way down. Flesh out this curve a bit more. Just a little bit of a sort of crease there. Small one there. It's like a bruise or a scratch there. Slowly I'm just going to work on refining the shape that I built, smoothing out and connecting the curves, adding the more fine details as I get to them. This is a little bit of a complex thing here. I'm going to erase a bit. It's a whole bunch of little angles. And then I'm going to add these darker spots here, or at least just put something there so that I know that they're there when I go back for them. It's a small bruise there. And you can just slowly keep refining and adding more details as you work on and notice more details. Slowly going from the broader silhouette into more of the internal details. and correcting where you need to. It's actually like a secondary line like right there. I think at this point I can start adding shading to it. Let's see, let me make sure I'm checking chat. My phone just went black. Okay. Fruit studies are among some of the easiest things to like practice your copying skills and shading, because fruits are usually pretty simple shapes, a lot of similar kinds of surfaces on them. Yes? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is just a quick drawing. I'm not trying to get it too exact. And ultimately, if you're just doing a drawing for yourself like this, um, unless people look at your actual reference image, they're not going to really tell if you like made a small mistake like this line not being quite right here. The inner curve by the stem is too straight and bulky. uh, yeah. I don't profess to be like an expert artist. And this is a pretty quick drawing. It's only been, what, a couple minutes? That spot there. Yeah, you're right. It is a bit, too bulky. Yeah, I didn't use the space to the right of my canvas very much. I kind of planned this out a bit poorly. The thing is, if I hide this, you wouldn't be able to tell that this is wrong. Which is something to remember, like when you're starting out doing this, to not get too worked up if it's totally exact. Just do the best you can. You can always like work more and more and spend more and more time on it refining it, but that's your choice as to whether you want to do that. I'm not really much of a digital artist, so I'm not really using very many digital art tricks. I'm mainly just using the layers to organize things. Yeah, you can always push for like better realism. Yeah, there's always like you have to decide when you're done with something. Like here, like I could call it right now and say I'm done with it here and move on to the next one. But at the same time, I kind of want to refine a few little things a bit more. So, like, you don't want to be lazy. Like, it says it's reconnected. I don't know what's going on. Let me, like, start streaming it again. And refresh this. Yeah, I'll only spend, like, another minute just looking at it and picking a few spots. Okay, I think the YouTube stream is working again. Let's see, some of the details kind of got lost in the shading here. I didn't go dark enough with them. Let's see. This dark spot's actually about here. Darken this a bit. Let's start getting this spot here, because these parts are black. And I think it's good enough for now. We'll call this here. Alright, so next one is a much harder one. Instead of doing banana, we're gonna do face. So this is the face I pulled off of Wikipedia. So faces are really hard because, like, now that you're looking at a face, your brain is going like, oh, this is an eye, this is an eye, this is a nose, this is a mouth. You have all these things that, like, your brain is telling you that these things are here, and now that you see this, you're like, okay, so there's like a head shape. I'm drawing this really sloppily because I'm gonna do the actual drawing in a bit. And then, like, you want to put like an eye here. So you just like put an eye there, and then there's like a nose here, and I can't do this. This is it's hard for me to like intentionally draw bad like this. I can't bring myself to do it. Let's get rid of this. But like, instead of seeing this as like an eye, you have to see this as a collection of lines, contours, shapes that look like an eye. Because, like, this eye back here, if I zoom it in, that's behind the nose, you can't really see a ton of the eye. All you see is this, like if I draw it to the side, where do I have space to do it? You see this, like, weird shape, which, like, doesn't really look like an eye in isolation. It's just, like, got this, like, black thing. This black shiny thing with, like, a whole bunch of, like, hairs next to it. And on its own, it doesn't really look like an eye. But in the context of everything else, you know that it's an eye. From, like, just the fact that you've seen so many eyes, you know that this is an eye. So you have to avoid the trap of, like, looking at this and going, like, it's an eye, and just focus on the shapes that make up the object. One trick that you'll often be told when starting out in art, or like if you take like an actual class and not a salmon run stream rando talking about it, is they'll tell you to turn the image upside down. And doing this makes it a lot easier to stop your head from seeing these patterns of this is an eye, I need to make it look like an eye, and allows yourself to focus more on just the lines and contours of the image. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Someone was at my door. So, starting with this upside down, it's a lot easier to focus more on the contours that like make up this weird thing that looks like a face upside down than it is than to just then prevent you from focusing on like the eye, the nose, the mouth being things, and more just the weird shapes that they are. So I'm just gonna rough out the outline of the face. It's gonna be off, but I'll fix it with time. See, that's roughly that. What I'm doing here is focusing on the angles of the silhouette and trying to compare different parts of it where they are relative to each other, more than I am looking at a face and trying to draw a face. Gonna roughly follow this hairline. Actually, at this point, it's probably good to take a step back and just focus on the overall shape and block that out. Just really quickly. It's easier to work out to in than it is to work from in to out. The edges between light and dark. Other artists will sort of work more by construction or using anatomy to their advantage, using their understanding of the actual 3D shape more. I'm not a level where I can do that really easily, or at least that I'm comfortable doing that really easily. probably try to get... See if I can get these shapes down here figured out a bit better. That's about in line with that. Mistake I'm making here is I'm spending too much time looking at my sketch and not enough time looking at the actual image I'm drawing. And these I'll try to refine into hair later. I'm not the best at drawing hair, but I'll just take things one step at a time. See this ear? This ear should be a little bit more rounded out, I think. No, there is like a straight part there. It angles in, and then this part's more curved. I think. See this jawline here, or I guess face line, whatever line, I don't know what it is. It's like a little, almost divot there. Hello. It's here. There's a faint line here on the neck. I'm gonna try and copy that. There's a sort of shadow here. There's that shadow. I'm not going to worry too much about the shirt and stuff below. Or I guess above from this angle. This area around like the cheekbone is... This area is like shaped in a very particular way. I'm erasing too much, I need to stop doing that. Alright, now I'm going to try to figure out the features inside of it. While doing this, I'm looking again more at the image and just sort of glancing over at my sketch occasionally than I am looking at my sketch to make sure my lines are in the right place. One practice method actually takes that to a bit of a more extreme, and it's not something I've tried out, but it's essentially like trying to draw something completely without looking at your drawing. Like just only looking at the image and like having your actual drawing obscured either by not looking at it or like having it under a table or something so you can't see what you're drawing. But this method of trying to draw something upside down is a very, very common method for practice. Let's see. These lines aren't quite right. These two sort of come to a point here. And this one goes slightly up. And then just keeps going. And it meets a line that should be here. Let's see, there's a shadow for, I'm guessing that's the chin right there. It's this huge earring. I'm not sure what this is. Is that an earring? It's like the biggest earring I've seen in a while. There's something about the shape of it that's a bit weird. It's like throwing me off. I can't like actually tell like what shape that thing is. Like I can see the 2D shape of course, but like I have no idea what the actual 3D shape of that is. It looks almost like it's got like a half moon on one side and the other side is open. I'm not actually sure where it's hanging from either. Because the earlobe is down there. I got I'm spending a bit too much time on this detail. I've made it too large. This detail isn't that large. And there's like a shadow of it over here. Should probably go ahead and start getting to the eyes. There's lots of shadows here around the nose. This sort of has, what do they call it, shape? I'm a computer scientist, I should know that. Sigmoid shape? But I might be drawing it too far to this side. Let's see, the shadow of the nose is over there. This is slightly, a little more to the left of that. Let's get this eyebrow a bit less sketchy. So I can use it as more of a launch point for figuring out where parts of the eye are. sort of shadow along this part of the face. It has a contour something like this. Just adding a bit more detail to the area around the nose. I think the mouth and the nose are a bit too far apart. Let's see. Yeah, I made the mouth too large. Maybe I'll can't perfectly replicate this lady. Don't worry about getting it totally perfect. I'm just trying to get it close enough that I feel satisfied with it. That like nothing jumps out as looking wrong to me. This mouth still doesn't look quite right. Let's see, what's going on here? Why does this look wrong? Okay, let me just start this mouth all over. Let's see. I think part of it's because my outline over here is not very good. Just need to spend a bit more time on this. Now there's a shape sort of here. Let's redo the nose too. So if the cheek is shaped like that, then there's a shape about here. I'm just hoping the stream like isn't broken. I like made sure I had a Ethernet and everything connected to this laptop, just to make sure that the stream like actually worked. And it seems to have disconnected once already, anyways. So hopefully that didn't skip anything important, because I do not have the space on this laptop to just record it locally. This is where I would sharpen my pencil and get much closer to get these fine details. I don't think I can get these fine details with this coarse of a tool. But I'm trying. Everyone's art stinks. Like, who likes their own art? I'm looking at this and it feels like a bit of a mess to me. But I'm like not worrying too much about it being a mess. Let's see. Try to get these curves, get this mouth reconstructed. See, this actually goes out a bit further than the nose does, because the shadow of the nose stops here. The mouth corner starts over there. Accidentally touched my actual mouse. Maybe move that to the side. Yeah, I don't think I'm skilled enough to get this as exact as I want. So I'm just gonna try my best. The shape of the head slash cheek is too narrow. Yeah, it is. This hairline is like... Look how much cheek and jaw the original has versus yours. Yes. Let's see. I think that looks a bit more right. Yeah, ABC's had much more of like a um, classical training than I have, and I'm kind of like... I don't usually draw faces. This is kind of a new thing for me. But yeah, ABC is right there. Trying to use the distance and proportions between objects um, is very important. This feels overdone. Maybe underdone. Hmm. Yeah, this curve is a bit sharper here. Yeah, nearly all art is based on some part of reality. Art imitates life, as they say. It's why, like, you can often look at some drawings and you can have a feeling that something is not quite right just because of your own experience with reality. Like, even somebody who doesn't do art can look at something and be like, I don't think that looks quite right, or should look like that. And they may not be as full of crap as you think they are saying that, because art is based on reality, and is often trying to create an illusion of reality. The fact that they have their real-world experiences of what things look like, if the illusion is not holding for them, then that often means something is wrong with how your illusion is constructed. Let's see. These eyes. I really want to zoom in here, but I'm going to stay at this level of detail for the whole thing. I'm not going to zoom in. It's kind of fun trying to work at this scale. These eyes look off to me, even though I'm trying my best. It's because his pupil's too large, I think. Yeah, effective stylization is harder than you think it is, because like, it might seem tempting to try and go for like a cartoony style. It's like a almost a shortcut to working around how difficult realism can be. The truth of the matter is that good stylization is about knowing what parts of reality you can omit. Like, knowing what you can simplify, what to emphasize. But to be able to know what to do with that, what to emphasize, what you don't need to have, you have to understand what they are first. It's like um grammar in English. So you get taught a whole lot of grammar rules in English. Like, you get told to do things like avoid repeating yourself over and over because it's just sounds sloppy when reading or sounds like repetitive. But there's a lot of famous speeches where they do repeat the same thing many, many times, but there's a reason they do it. The reason is because they want to like drill it in. They want that to be like echoing. I don't know why I'm focusing on the hair back here. I just kind of feel like it. Probably shouldn't be focusing on that yet. There's like so much work to be done over here. Shadows right here are actually kind of complex. They're like spoked almost, for lack of a better term. I'm just gonna try to roughly get them as best as I can. There's actually a really, it's like another shadow transition here where this area is quite a bit darker. Oop, I dropped my tool. But yeah, like you see a lot of books where they break grammar rules intentionally. And you have to, as ABC says, you have to know what those grammar rules are to know when it's meaningful to break them. You have to know these rules of like what proper writing is to be able to know how to do improper writing with purpose. Because there's a lot of things you can do accidentally, but without like any purpose behind them, it's hard for them to really mean anything. They can by chance mean something to somebody else, but it rarely correlates to an actual meaning unless you know what you're doing. Cream crackered. I'm not sure how much time I want to spend working on refining this, but I'm going to keep going for now. There's some faint lines here around the chin. See if I can capture them. See, there's some complex shadows around the nose. Now that the nose is fleshed out a bit more properly, I can try to capture these again. Focusing on the edges of the shadows rather than trying to fill in the shadows just yet. If you want to see something neat, try taking an image and look up the canny edge detector. It's really neat. What it does is it takes an image and it tries to find all the lines, all the places where the brightness contrasts heavily, such that it makes an edge in the paint or an edge in the image. And it's kind of interesting the results it produces. It looks almost like a sketch. And in a sense, this is what you're doing with all this, is trying to find these edges and get them down. I'm not going to worry too much about this part. Just vaguely get some shapes down. Sure, it's not too important. Let's see. Do I want to try getting more details out of the hair? Yeah, let's go for it. His hair is almost like an amorphous object. Someone more skilled at this than me could probably see more of a structure going on. Like, there's parts of the hair that are like clearly like curving a certain way. And if you have experience with that, you might be able to apply your experience to like make copying these curves easier. I don't really know jack about hair. So I'm just gonna try to roughly copy the edges of these patterns. Because if I try to copy all the edges in this hair, that's too much. There's too many edges. I'm better off just making it look like it. Create the illusion of a whole bunch of smaller details. Actually, I haven't been ignoring this ear this whole time. I've like forgotten about it. So let's focus on this a bit more. Area around the back of the neck and the ear. It's a sharp shadow right there. Faint line there. It's actually a line here on the neck. Seems to meet up with this shadow. Keeps going through it. All these faint lines around the neck. Let me turn my heads upside down, see how this is looking so far. Alright. I think the nose is probably still a little too big, but I'm gonna just leave that for now. Peak the neck length angle? What do you mean? Let's see, yeah, this should be a bit longer here, right? By the chin. Oh, someone's knocking on my door. I have a sign that says no noise. It's not helping. Oh yeah, she has quite a long neck. I'm drawing it a bit short. I don't know, I'd kind of rather be using a pencil. I'm just using this instead of... because the object is right next there in the same plane. I mean, yeah. But, like, you can also, like, print it. I think that's what some artists even do. The artist actually draw bust statues from real life is 20 feet away. Yeah. What I'm doing here, using a photograph as a reference this close, a lot of experienced artists seem to look down on this as, like, not being easy, and sometimes, like, not capturing the actual dynamicism of a live figure that you can actually see, which I don't know what any of that means, so make of that what you will. But I do agree that, like, drawing from a live thing is a lot more interesting than just using a photograph. A dropper, a ball with a string. Isn't that called like a plumb bob or something? I forget. It's got a funny sounding name or something. Yeah, and use that to determine the verticals. Yeah, art is hard. Like it's really hard. It takes a lot of time to work at it and get better at. So I don't really besmirch anybody for using whatever tools they have available to help them. Like, even a lot of experienced artists, you might think, oh, they don't need reference images, right? Wrong. They still use them. They don't care. What matters is getting what they want, and references are always helpful for that. Because to them, it's more about getting a drawing out, because they're often like being paid and they have a limited amount of time to do it. rather than having the time to like sit there and do it the hard way. Drawing something without reference, yeah. Drawing without reference is, to do it well, is one of the most difficult things out there. Like, I've seen people do it, and they have years of study of anatomy to do it well. Oh yeah, like yeah, it does look like those like medieval pictures of like you look at these like old medieval manuals and manuscripts and how they try to draw things without knowing what they look like at all or having any kind of reference on hand. They all look kind of funky. It's got a certain charm to it, honestly, but like you wouldn't be able to. You're not fooling anybody to thinking that this could be something real. You're not making any illusion. This area back here is really dark. I've been ignoring this ear over and over again. Attention span, yay. This ear's got a lot of complex shapes. It's gonna be hard to get this. Just gonna try to roughly look at it and just go a little quickly to block things out, and then I'll refine it. Just drawing lightly so I can easily work over it. Alright, so how's that? Let's see, the nose is here. This should be a little higher. Sort of. What is that first image? Oh my god. What's the second for that matter? Horrifying. Looks like there's an edge there. I'm just gonna put an edge there. I don't like how dark that outline is getting, so I'm gonna erase it a little. Also, in doing these kinds of things, I say don't worry too much about if you're totally on point with everything. And that's because if you try to erase it really early and just keep redrawing the same line over and over a million times, you're going to get stuck in a loop of trying to get that line perfect forever. Which I know it's a bit of a meme among digital artists of like redrawing the same line 8 million times and pressing Control Z endlessly, but uh, ideally that's not the place you're getting stuck. Single line before you've even gotten your entire thing blocked out roughly. Like me working over this area where the cheek is one thing because I'm like trying to correct the entire shape of it, but like uh, it's fine to work in small strokes early on. I don't know. I'm kind of like losing myself in my words there. I apologize for that. Kind of work on the hair a little bit more. Get the hair worked out. Like I don't think I'm going to shade this picture entirely because that's gonna take forever. This could honestly like go for a few more hours. I want to like completely like try and capture as much detail as possible. And as fun as that sounds, which honestly I'd be down to it. There's a third image to get to, and I don't want to take too long with this. Oh yeah, hair. Hair is something you can cheese a lot more because hair is more amorphous. The like it's more about like getting the right texture and getting that sort of like feel of there being hair more than like capturing every last detail because there's a lot of strands of hair on the hood. You are not capturing all of them. I mean, you can try, and some people do try, and then they don't try it again after for a long time because it takes absolutely forever. I'm just trying to roughly capture some of these darker shapes in the hair. Not worried too much about accuracy. Yeah, hair can be a lot more abstract. It doesn't have to be as concrete. Like, usually in a drawing like this, the most important parts that you want to spend the most time getting right are going to be the face in general, but especially the eyes, because the eyes are the first thing that people's, well, eyes are drawn to in an image. Yeah, you can just have like blocks of texture and color, and that can be pretty convincing here. You don't have to like. I don't even know what this mess is. I've just drawn a whole bunch of lines. All right, I think I'm not gonna shade the face, but I might just try to like play with the hair a bit. Let's see, try to roughly match the direction of the hair with my strokes, so it's a bit convincing. It's a bit of a gleam there, so I want to leave that part white. You just put some lines there to guide myself. Let's see, this area is more wispy. Not really sure which way to have my strokes go here, so I'm just going to kind of fudge it. No, I'm only turning it upside down when we're done. We're staying in this perspective until I'm done with it. It's kind of the point of this part. I mean, yeah, you could turn this back around at any point here. It's it's not too important that I like stay in this perspective. I'm just doing what I want, and nobody's gonna stop me. I have created an alien creature. It's kind of the thing though, isn't it? Like, you don't realize how strange all these shapes that make up the face really are until you, like, break them down and look at them. That's why it's so hard to get right, because you got all these little shapes that, like, work together. This area is all just kind of, um, ooh, not like that. Not going horizontal enough. Kind of running out of places to hold my pen from this angle. Okay, this works. It's not as bad as you think it is. It's pretty solid. Like, don't discourage yourself too much. Like, these things are really hard. Art is really hard. It takes a long time to get better at it. Like, um, even as I was doing this, ABC pointed out a lot of, like, mistakes that I was making. Just don't, like, see me as some kind of prodigy. I've been practicing for a very long time with this, and I still make mistakes. This kind of takes me back to high school when I used to actually draw like this for class and some of my notes. Not to this level of detail and taking this long, but like just copying practice, copying diagrams into my own notes, because I couldn't just scan the book. I mean, I probably could have, but I didn't know how to use the scanner. So, and this was more fun. I actually liked just drawing big notes and big images in the middle of my class, because they'd give us way too much time to take notes in some of them. It's a bit annoying how this pencil works in digital. Um, for an individual stroke, if I try to like do this and like layer over like I would with a real pencil, it kind of just stays the same shade unless I like physically press harder. Whereas, so to actually like layer, I have to lift it and go over again, which is it's really weird and I don't like it. I'm leaving those there. You're gonna have to deal with them. Turn the opacity down. No, it's not a problem with the opacity. The opacity of this tool is at where is this notification coming from? It's at 100%. Yeah. And it's because of like it's based on pressure. Yeah. So like I could change the pressure curve, but like I'm just used to drawing really light like this, so I'm just gonna have to lift my pencil every once in a while. It's kind of whatever. I don't care too much. This keyboard's getting in the way. People say a lot of the time when I've done digital before, it looks like I just used a pencil, which I'm happy about. Like I really like the look of pencil sketches and such. Like this looks like a pencil sketch. And it's part because I would be doing a pencil sketch if I had a setup to actually do a pencil sketch with. And then, oh no, hand reveal. But this is just like easier to stream and organize with. I don't have to print out images with my really bad printer. Because my printer is kind of old and kind of crap. And repaired multiple times and that sort of stuff. What I don't like doing is I don't like doing a lot of the tricks that a lot of digital artists get access to. Like to me, this image, having it right here like this, it's already a pretty big upside to doing digital. I've actually like not often done this. I'm mostly just doing it like this for the fact that there's a so I can just stream my art program and not have to like stream my web browser in my 80,000 tabs. This hair is kind of a mess. These parts over here look fine, but what I'm doing over in that corner is just kind of a mess of lines going in all directions. Probably need to press harder and just go darker. And part of it, I think, is the contrast with this section. This section is too light. Yeah, that owl I did as a joke, and it turned out better than I expected. Me doing things that are not my job I'm being paid for to do. And having to do it very fast as a result of that. Okay, that looks a little better, but now it's like really dark in comparison to everything else. Just because I haven't worked these areas enough, though. Just kind of focusing on shapes, creating textures with those shapes. Trying to be a bit brave with going dark. It's not layering naturally for me, so I'm having to, it's a bit awkward. Like I am trying to go darker here. If you're looking for your own faces to try this out, there's a lot of really good images on Wikipedia. If you go into the featured pages and look at just the featured images and look at pictures of people, lots of like different portraits of artists, pictures of historical figures, a few just pictures of random people. But those images on Wikipedia from their featured images collection tend to have a lot of like really good contrast to work with. This picture I picked out because there's a lot of angles to work with on this image. It's a little bit harder to like do like a like almost a mugshot image with the same kind of technique, just because things are further away and you have to judge by distance a lot more. But it's still good practice to do that. Oop, what did I just do? Okay. I'll flesh out this ear a bit more because this looks a bit odd. Having the hair all dark like that near it. How many people in voice chat? Jeez. I have to not think about it. Don't tell me I don't want to know the number. Let's see, is this good enough to stop with? Guess I could keep refining this for quite a long time. You'll see sometimes with studies, like graphite studies, you'll see people drawing like a pear for 2 hours, slowly refining the details, getting smoother and smoother shading in places, matching the values more. See, Erin? Um, Slowly refining it. Darken this area. This area is too bright. I've kind of lost the texture here. Probably overworking it. Maybe it's not worked enough. I just need to go over it with some more dark strokes to straighten it out. It's hard to tell. Maybe it's both underworked and overworked, if that makes sense. Overworked in the wrong way. I should have just gone darker with my initial strokes. Just leave it as is, though. It's not going to be a huge impact on it. I can actually take my eraser and do some highlights right here. And go over it. I'm not really happy with what I did there. Oh well. Might be a bit better though. Oh man, not being able to just turn this upside down so I can or turn this to a side where I can more naturally do these little arc motions. It's really annoying. Alright, I think I'll... now I sit back, this looks a little underworked. Oh yeah, this area is not dark enough. Yeah, that's really good, Ren. I know you're not here anymore. Yeah, believe me, this stuff takes a lot of patience. A lot of my older stuff, I'm really liberal about my use with an eraser. I will outright erase entire features and just do them over again if I feel like I've messed up too much fundamentally. Which is why you start working out when you're using a pencil by drawing lightly, so you don't get too far with the details before you start making mistakes. It's important to try to not work on details too early as a result, so that the larger mistakes when you're still constructing your image and figuring out the basic shapes, they're easier to correct when you're putting lots of details on things and have to realize that, oh shoot, this is wrong, I gotta kind of thing. Alright. I'm going to call this image here for now and figure out how to rotate it. Let's see. Did my audio cut out again? Is it working now, or I might be talking too softly? I need to turn the threshold down. It's probably because I talk so softly. I'm like whispering into the mic. Everyone getting an accidental ASMR session here. Oh, yeah, it could be an internet issue, yeah. My internet's not the fastest, and I'm like streaming on it on top of it, so uh, probably not doing wonders for being able to transmit my voice clearly all the time. Hopefully the YouTube stream captures it all normally, because all my mic audio is being sent there as well. Okay, how do I flip this over? Actually, let me copy this. Where's my mouse? Duplicate the layer. That suddenly makes everything dark because it's transparent. And then let's see. Hit OK, and not entirely spot on, but I think that's pretty close. I've like I can tell I've not gotten this part around the forehead quite right, or the hairline quite right. Nose, as I thought, is a bit large. Yeah, I'm happy with the eyes. I didn't like fill in the irises and stuff, but I think I captured a good amount of detail. I'm gonna leave this as is and not touch it anymore. I mean, I could drag it over, but like, I think eyeballing it like this is enough. Because it's very hard to get like photographic, and it's something to work towards. But I know I'm not on that level. I'm just doing the best I can. But yeah, I can drag it over and roughly see. My image is going to be slightly larger. Hmm. Yeah, my image is slightly larger, so that like makes the distortions a bit well. But yeah, I didn't capture the. Looks like the angle for the neck quite right. I sort of had a slight lean to my image almost, it looks like. The forehead is like definitely too large. No, I'm looking at it now. I can't tell if it looks like that because of the hairline. Like this hairline is definitely too high. But this eyebrow might be a bit too low as well. But yeah. Just practicing shapes, trying to eyeball the distance between things, the proportions of things, um, copying the shapes that you see rather than copying the objects that you see. Anyways, there's one more image, I think. Apply to transform, yes. I think it should just be apply transform, not apply to transform, but yeah, proportions are really hard. It takes a lot of practice to get proportions right, to be able to eyeball proportions correctly. Yeah, usually I try to look at how things are relative to each other on the image. Like you'll see that like I'll take like a vertical section of the image and look at like is this to the left, is this to the right, is this above, is it like directly above, and try to like match up things. Um, Something that can help a lot is using a grid. Does Clip Studio Paint have a grid? I have no idea. I don't know enough about this program. But some people will use a grid to help them, and the grid actually helps a lot. I used a grid on one of my previous images before, and I think that one's in ink, so I can't just bring it up on the screen. I'd have to like find the actual image. Grid feels like cheating, but like it helps a lot. And if you're trying to like work on getting your proportions right and practicing, like don't feel bad for using a grid. Like references aren't cheating, and grids are not cheating either. Grids are just very time consuming. Alright, so let's see. Let's close that folder, close the banana folder, and then grid almost feels as bad as tracing to me. So, tracing. Tracing is interesting because like if you're using tracing as a tool to help you practice, it's not really a bad thing. If you're like tracing somebody else's art, that's really bad because like you're just copying their work without like understanding how they got to that point, kind of thing. Tracing an actual image, like tracing a reference photo. It's something you can do early on, specifically to practice. I wouldn't use tracing too much in a finished work. There are some people who like I seen it with Splatoon stuff where the weapons are really hard for them, so they'll trace the weapons, or they'll trace a 3D model for some very specific object. And that works, but it doesn't feel quite right to me. You don't really learn how to draw the object. You sort of just tracing is a very means to an end approach if you're using it in an actual work, rather than like using it as a rough guide to try and help your proportions or something. Like if you rely too much on I use tracing to do color and shadow studies. Yeah, that to me that seems like a fine way to use it. Civ is Mr. Grizz and Toss. Yeah. If you use tracing just to get an image down for total studies, it's fine, because I'm too lazy to draw a whole picture too. Yeah, that's completely fine. Like, using tracing as a tool to help you practice, I think is perfectly fine. Just like, don't over rely on it when you're trying to get better at, like, figuring out how to do proportions, how to do copying, when you're trying to figure out the structures of things. Because if you use tracing in those situations, it can, like, shoot yourself in the foot. It teaches you bad habits. It teaches you to rely on that rather than, like, being able to eyeball things. Civ, you should have read out the LMAO too. But yeah, like using reference, like use whatever you need to do to help you learn without trying to like over rely on something that like allows you to skip learning something. Anyways, I'm kind of like losing my thought process. I was going to start the next image, right? I have a third image here. So let's see. Hide that. And this one's just for fun. There we go. I actually did this whole image as practice yesterday and then forgot to stop. Image as practice yesterday and then forgot to stop. But I'm gonna do it again anyways. So let's see, where to start? Need to not overthink this and just put some lines down. Get started somewhere. Actually, if I do that, I'm not gonna have enough room to the side, am I? We start over here. Oh yeah, but getting into like the zone with art is like the best feeling. Like you just forget what you're doing. And you just are drawing now. See, right now I'm gonna try and like work a bit faster and just look at the image a lot and try to get some rough shapes down. These I can like always fix later. Like it's probably gonna be off, but that's why I'm drawing lightly. But I want to get a sense for like the balance of the image as a whole, if that makes sense. Let's see, that should probably be a bit closer, yeah. Oh, it's that this curves in more. Yeah. It's fine. You can always watch the YouTube stream later if it actually works. And hopefully it does. Just gonna draw some big angles here for this. I'll probably make the YouTube stream public once I'm done. Probably just gonna like crop out the time where I spent preparing or something. Yeah, see ya, Blitz. I'm forgetting to do this arm over here. This arm's kind of prominent, so I should probably do it. These glasses, this thing's a really complex shape. Oh boy. Let me just focus on like how this shape works around the other shapes. I'm gonna have to come back to this section and like flesh it out more later. It's like a slight like bump over the middle too. Or like this thing is. I started speaking so fast that I sounded like Mr. I didn't catch that comment. I might have been speaking that fast. People have pointed out that I tend to like speed up my speaking when I'm like nervous. Oh, is it a Discord thing? Okay. Try and start getting some of the head. So let me start focusing on some easier details first. Actually, that doesn't round down, that just goes like straight because of the angle it's at. I feel like I'm making this shoe too small. This shoe here on the right. Probably am. Something feels off. I think it's usually is off. Shoes are always like so incredibly difficult. I think if you were able to somehow look at my process for making a whole bunch of my other older stuff, the thing I was most likely to completely erase and start from scratch was freaking shoes. Oh my god, shoes are so hard. I don't know how many times I've had to draw like punk blacks, and it's too many times. Let's see, what am I doing here? What do I want to do here? I should focus more on this arm. This arm is really prominent. I need to work it out more, and that might help me. Because I think this head, I might be drawing it too large. Yeah, I'm almost definitely drawing it too large. See, this shape here, it's like that almost. It's going for the negative space. There's some clipping here. I don't know if I want to draw the clipping. We'll just take an artistic liberty with that. I'll just draw it with the clipping for now. Easier that way for... next gen game, and already got that characteristic clipping. It's not Splatoon unless, you know, all the things are clipping into each other. Where's that Team Fortress 2? I think Team Fortress 2 was the one with, like, monstrously bad clipping problems with cosmetics. These glasses are too small. Or I'm drawing them too small. Because once again, my image is ending up being a little bit larger than my source, so I need to make these glasses bigger. Let me just, like, roughly, like, really quickly block them out. Then I'll, like, fix the shape later. Yeah. I might correct the clipping, but for the purposes of this initial getting everything down, I'm keeping the clipping for now. Just cause that's where it is. Like, I'll probably get rid of it. That's what I did in my practice version of this drawing. Or I might just ignore it by virtue of forgetting. These shoe straps. What is going on with these? Hide the sketch layer. I hate doing line art, honestly. Like, I'm trying to get, like, clean lines on everything. I feel like digital, especially, doing it on digital gives a lot of bad habits. Like, you see the meme of, like, digital artists, like, undoing and redoing lines a million times, and that's, I think, is part of the bad habits. Oh, doing the line art on the sketch layer. Yeah. There's probably a way to do that safely, but I don't know. I'm not the most experienced digital artist. Like when I first tried digital art and actually tried using layers, I think I immediately drew on the wrong layer. Layers are really handy, but I think it's good to avoid building an over-reliance on them. All these images so far have been single layer, so make of that what you will. Let's see. Hmm. Okay, I should work from bottom to top because the proportions of the head above this whole line is wrong. Now that I'm like stepping back to look at it because it should be like that. Now this neck placement makes more sense. I'm gonna have to move this hand as a result. Yeah, no, layers are like a really great tool. I'm not like saying like don't use layers. Although if you're doing traditional, you don't really have layers. You've got things that will erase and things that will not erase, and that's the closest you have to layers. That and like using a light box. Lightbox kind of lets you separate your sketch from your finished line work. See, if I was a digital artist, I could just take this whole hand and glasses section and cut it and move it to the right. But I'm not, so I'm redrawing it. Goodbye. The reason I do this is, like instead of like just doing the easy thing and moving it, is because, in my opinion, if it's in the wrong place, it's probably, let me just put a guideline here. If it's in the wrong place, when I drew it in that original position, it was likely relative to a lot of other things, and so I think it's better to just start from scratch. And let me squint my eyes and just draw this like light block. I want to make sure like things are like make sense in position to each other, if that makes sense. Like oh man, this hand's a mess. This guideline's gotta be off. Yeah, it is a little off. I need to be going over it. Okay. Or is this not swerving back far enough? It's probably not swerving back far enough. Let's see, let me look at the other arm and position this arm relative to the other arm. Maybe like actually apply some of my anatomy knowledge that I don't have. It's just working very polygonal strokes for a bit. These are probably wrong, I'll sort it out later. I just want to get stuff there. Okay, that looks even rougher. but it looks more correct in spite of that. I just gotta like refine it more. I just want digital artists to suffer, just as I do. I like traditional way more. Things just feel a lot more natural. Like there's things that you can do with traditional tools that feel difficult to have an analog for with digital. Like some of them can do it, but like if I want to like turn my pencil sideways here and like shade with the side, it doesn't really. It kind of does it, but eh, it's not quite the same. Digital has so much opportunities for greatness, but also a huge vacuum for mediocrity. Um, this both makes me want to get better and also makes me dread drawing. Dread? I'm just doing this because it's fun. Like, I like drawing. Although sometimes I have to remind myself I like drawing, to be honest. Um, I've both been drawing and not been drawing for a long time. I used to draw a lot before college. And I wouldn't say I got particularly good at it, but I did like drawing and I learned a lot of stuff. Like I was practicing this kind of copying stuff back then. And then I like didn't draw for um like like 4 or 5 years or something because stress and feeling like I could be doing better things with my time. Getting depressed didn't help. Let me work on this white, not white. White's not the right term. Negative space. The space where there aren't objects, and use the shape of that to guide me a bit. Squid hands. Jeez. Are the glasses clipping into the hands, or is it just me? It's clipping into the hands. I'm not giving Nintendo crap for that. It's the kind of thing you wouldn't notice unless you are looking at it this close for this long. From a distance, that's like unnoticeable. And I think it's perfectly fine for that to be a thing in video games, because video games are rendered in real time. You can't like do all the flesh and cloth and everything physics to 100% accuracy. It takes a lot of computational power, and the Switch is not a very powerful device. Like it's more powerful than the previous Nintendo devices, but not by much. well, not by as much as like Xbox, PS4, or like a gaming computer is. Now, that said, I don't exactly have the strongest gaming computer, so maybe maybe it's on par with that. Switch is underclocked. Yeah, that makes sense. Because if I recall, what they do is they allow the switch to run closer to its actual capacity when it's docked, because it takes a lot more power. When it's undocked, they put it in they throttle its performance so that it can last longer on a battery. I want to work on this hand more and more, but I'm feeling like I'm spending a lot of time on this hand, and I probably need to spend some time on something else. So I'll spend some time on something else. Because hands are fun and all, but there's another hand. I'm making this curve too large, aren't I? Let's see, what is this whole space down here doing? It's a leg there. And it's like the fingers curling down under here. Even in dock, it's under clock. Again, I can think of reasons for why it's underclocked. There's been problems with switches overheating, so not the most surprising thing to hear that it's underclocked like that. This is probably again to like limit power consumption, because power consumption also means heat produced by the device. The more power something uses, the more heat it produces. You can just roughly get the shapes of these braids in. Hmm. With finger cam? What? Oh, hand cam. Seeing some shapes down here. Just gonna put them down before I forget them. That clips into the ground. Well, screw you. I'm drawing the rest of it. Let's see. Let's see, what is going on with... Oh, that's the tag from the shirt clipping below the leg. I see. Let me just not draw that. So I can draw this line on the pants instead. Actually, it should be a little higher, shouldn't it? Yeah. I've been avoiding the face for a while. How do I want to start with the face? Inkling eyes are so difficult. My god. I need to just like put shapes down. Just start with something. Just draw horizontal lines to get the areas the eyes fit into. Then yeah, I could like do the classic like face mannequin lines. The problem inkling faces are a bit weird. I feel like no curve, just lines. Just draw horizontal lines to get the areas the eyes fit into. I'm just going to start with how I'd approach it, because I'm not really sure how to go about that way. Because I don't mean if you mean like literally like horizontal. I'm just going to correct these later. Just trying to get the shapes. Yeah, we're still going. This is the last image. It's going to be a while. Doing good. Let's see. If I studied my anatomy with this more, this would be easier because I'd be able to base this on my knowledge of anatomy. That's really good, Blizz. Yeah, that's fair. Taking inspiration from something is good too. It's good to know how to do that. I'm just doing mostly copying practice here. Cheek is too pointed, your eye dips below it. I gotta redo it. Not in the right position. No, you pointed out to me that it's wrong, so now I feel like I have to redo it. Faces are really hard for me. And like the face is like usually the most important part of the image, so getting that wrong is like big problems for the rest of the image. Hmm. I think this is why everybody kind of just does whatever they like for the eyes with these, because these shapes are so difficult. Yeah, use the negative space too to help me. Oh. Let's see. I step back. God, this curve. I should just try to do the rest of the eyes. That might help. You figure out what's not looking right. Now since it's reconnected. Okay then. Alright. Keep going. I need to work on the eyes more. Why their eyes gotta be so freaking big? I really want to zoom in here. I should have been focusing on the actual eye shapes more, I think, rather than the outline and then doing the outline after. That might have made it a little easier. Looking at my sketch too much again. Need to look at what the actual thing is for. I might have to leave the eyes for now and work on something else. Come back to them later before I feel compelled to try and erase them. think the mouth is slightly to the right where it should be. Alright, let's get some of these face shadows. Might have made this eye too large. Leave it for now. Let's focus on the hair a bit more. No, this isn't in the right place. Just draw a rectangle there roughly. Is the problem the arm too thick or that that's not high enough? It's a little bit of both. So let's see. This is lined up with that. Well, let's see. I need to like redo this braid pattern. I'm getting too caught up in the details. I need to like focus more on like the actual pattern going on here. Let's see. Alright. Just get this sort of tattered a bit, fleshed out a bit more. define this curve a bit better. Let's see. Some faint lines in this braid as well. Try adding those. Could help me figure out what I'm doing a bit more. Or just see if it looks right. Okay. Okay, I think the braid is fleshed out enough for now. Maybe some shadows, lines for the shadows at least. Let's see, are the eyes okay? And I really want to zoom in right here to like get this circle better. I am not good at circles. At all. Circles aren't real. There's no such thing as circles. I can't. I I always just approximate a circle. I mean, if you're going literally by like the way rasters work, yeah, then yeah, technically, literally every drawing of a circle is an approximation. But I'm talking about like even on like paper and pencil, like I cannot freehand a circle at all, and I don't try to. Let's do some details on this. Really need a finer tool there to capture all those small details, so I'm just going to have to leave it a bit rough. It's the scale I'm working at. That's actually a fingertip there, not just the straightened out finger. Now that I look a bit more closely. Probably never going to be happy with this hand. That's a bit better. I think the fingers are too large, and that's what's throwing me off. Also, this hand needs more of a curve here. Maybe the left cheek could be more up, like smile so eyes go up. Oh, I see. I see why you're saying that. Yeah, both of them are a bit low. So I was like trying to resist like redrawing them entirely. Like I can tell they're off. These almost come to a point there. Right, now this one. This pupil is too large. Now that I have the hair fleshed out more, I can use it more as a reference point. Now this is starting to look a little bit better. I feel a bit happier with the eyes now. This needs to be more straight though. I have this like slight curve that needs to not be there as much. This part needs to be up a little bit. Oh. for now. Got shoes to work on. Let's see. I'll be there all day if I just keep focusing on the eyes. What is fun? That's a good question. Reconnected. Okay. I'm sure it won't be too big a deal. Probably been in here for a few hours now, haven't I? I have completely lost track of time. My hand is obscuring what the time is. And I'm not sure I want to know what time it is. Thanks. Capture some of these creases here. I have no stream going. Let me see. Maybe that's what was happening. Is it back up now? I think it's back up. No, but it's loading unlike before. It's probably because I'm simultaneously streaming this to YouTube as well, and that might be causing problems. Which is unfortunate. Hopefully it doesn't like impact the recording on that side too much. I'll probably put the finished file for this somewhere when I'm done. So people can steal my artwork and post it everywhere. Make an NFT. This god NFTs. Ugh. This is an interesting concept, but I think it's ultimately a terrible idea. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot more big name artists selling like NFT stuff, which is good for them, making money off of it. NFT basically works kind of similar to how Bitcoin works, if you've looked into that. I'm not an expert on it, but I think it uses like a blockchain system or something to record transactions, similar to how Bitcoin works. And computing those, the way it's secure is that many machines have to agree on what the blockchain is, and they all have to like do all these heavy calculations that get worse and worse each time a new transaction is added to the blockchain, as it's called. To me, the fact that the computation time gets worse over time is a really big problem with it. I don't know why they decided to directly take how the Bitcoin system works, but it's probably because they know how you understand at least a little bit how Bitcoin works, so they're just copying whatever works. Oh, they don't even give you a file. That's not how it works. What they give you is they give you a URL to a metadata file, and that metadata file contains a link to the actual image. So if any of the links in that sort of chain of links, like if the server hosting that metadata file goes down, you no longer own anything, which is pretty cool. We live in a digital age where you can buy literally nothing and sell that nothing, and then act surprised when the nothing turns out to actually be nothing. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, I looked into it, and like the cost of getting one of those what are they called, NFT tags? Not NFT tags. Whatever they're called, is like prohibitively expensive, like $80 per, and then there's a transaction fee for uh, purchasing the item with the tag from someone as well, because that needs to get recorded into the blockchain. So the company hosting the system gets a lot of money, and so they want to promote it because they're getting like $80. So a lot of that gets eat up by like electricity costs, but such as as it is. I'm personally not much of a fan of it. I don't really like the waste of electricity it is, because it uses a lot of electricity. Solar panels alone aren't enough. And the thing is, any electricity generation you use for specifically calculating NFTs could have been used on something else. So that energy that something else needs to be taken from somewhere. Kind of just pushes the problem down the line. It's more turbines, more coal, more whatever that needs to be used to generate that gap in electricity needed. Let's see, am I at a point where I want to try shading this? Not yet. Not quite yet. Personally, I think NFTs are kind of a fad. Will die out eventually, but rich people with a lot of money just do whatever they want with their money. This shoe looks so off. Part of it is because this strap is not large enough. This needs to go further forward. That's a little better. And then this strap is not curving high enough. One second, someone's knocking. Okay. Let's see, what was I working on? I was working on the shoe. Shoes in Splatoon are like evil. The most complicated thing in the game. Oh, my Discord like died. What is going on? This is all really strange. It's the second time this has happened. Um, a lot of the items in the game are inspired from real fashion. Like you can find the actual items they were inspired by a lot of the time. Well, like what's it called? The like green bomber jacket, MAO1, something like that. There's an actual jacket that corresponds to that. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Like I think I actually have that jacket. And I think like the punk shoes are based off Doc Martens or something. Yeah. I'm not super into fashion, so I don't know all of them off the top of my head, but yeah. And then the canvas top shoes look like Vans. So yeah, so there's a lot of the stuff in the game is based off of real fashion. Yeah, it's pretty cool to like if you're able to recognize it. Oh, there's like old-fashioned headphones. They're like really lightweight. I remember those. Um, there are. And I think Nintendo actually sold that sold a replica of those. And you could get the what's it called? The Splat and Chat thingy with it that lets you like hook your phone up to be able to use VC while listening to the game audio. I mean, the big thing is that lets you have two audio sources into one output, which um, isn't always the easiest thing to be able to do. It's surprisingly hard to do that. Panic Splashdown is pretty much like the way you use Splashdown now after they changed it. It's kind of funny. It's okay. Oh, old Splashdown? I didn't play long enough for that, but from what I heard, it used to have more invincibility frames, and lag made it harder to shoot down. So it used to actually be super strong. It, the thing is, if Splashdown actually goes off, it's honestly one of the strongest specials in the game when it actually is able to successfully land. There's a few ways you can do it guaranteed. You can super jump with it, and that will. You can super jump with it, and then it's completely invincible and unstoppable. I mean, I fall for it sometimes. Oh, yeah? No, I'm not done drawing. I'm still messing with things and refining details. Alright, see ya. I'll when I'm done streaming, I'll put like a Google Drive link to the entire file with this, and I'll try to figure out which format is best for that, and I'll figure out something. Because I could also export these as images as well and just make like a zip file or something. Goodbye, ABC. But there are ways you can use splashdown that does make sure it goes off. One is to super jump in with it, obviously. But two is if you're out of range, they can't hit you with it, and it might seem like, well, isn't that a waste? And it's really not a waste because they can't. Because if they're out of range, now they can't approach you while you're doing splashdown. And if they don't back off, they're going to eat a whole bunch of chip damage, and you just maintain control of the area you're in. There's also the fact that if you get shot down with it, you pretty much keep your entire special charge. So you can just use it as a panic button so that when you're about to die, you press splashdown. If you die, you keep your splashdown. And if you don't die, you just use splashdown in their face. It's a more useful special than people give it credit for. Um, I can see that a bit because it doesn't do what other specials do. Even no, it's not even that. It's what it does, not the fact that it can be canceled. Because a lot of specials can be canceled. You can shoot down Inkjet. You can ignore Stingray. You know, there's ways you can counter other specials. Like you can shoot the person using Bomb Rush. No, the thing is that Splashdown is not ranged. That is the main thing that holds the special back. is that it's not a ranged special that you can just throw at somebody from a safe distance, like missiles, storm, bomb rushes. Those are some of the strongest specials right now. And I like people complain about Stingray a lot, but like I think missiles is a better special than Stingray. Like people underestimate like how much the buff to missiles has helped them. Missiles used to be considered the worst special because they just didn't do anything. Splashstone's honestly pretty solid, but it depends on what it's on. The problem is it competes with the ranged specials. There are some specials that are definitely like overrated. Like Stingray is the primary overrated special. Um, the thing that Stingray does is you use Stingray. To use Stingray, you have to be really far away from stuff. So if you're playing like 52 Deco, I think has Ray. Yeah, part of the reason that weapon is bad is because it has Ray. But the thing is that to use Stingray, you have to leave your team for a period of time, which gives CJet wants to be playing like almost mid-range, sometimes even frontline. No. It's a long-range weapon, but its tools allow it to fight closer to its team. And backlines in general are... A lot of people think they need backlines are necessary for their team when they really aren't, because having a... Yeah, I think anchorless comps are better because they don't have an anchor. Um, no, CJet wants to be using its burst bombs to help with its kill time. No, you're a shooter. You're a shooter. You don't really need burst bombs for movement that much. They always help mobility, but you're using burst bombs as a combo tool when you have a more than a mobility tool. I'm saying that like burst bombs will allow CJet to play midline. A lot of CJet players right now spam Ray without realizing that spamming Ray is only good if you're a god with Ray. Yeah, but how many players are top 500 and playing CJet and are CJet mains? So the thing with Ray, what Ray does is Ray forces you to be away from your team for a long amount of time, before and after the Ray. So for a Ray to actually like get value, you need to be killing two people with it. Because you're taking yourself out of the fight, you're giving the enemy a free 4 versus 3 while you're positioning to use Ray, and after the Ray is over. Because if you get one kill with Ray, if you get one kill with Ray, you're just making the situation even. You're turning a 4v3 into a 3v3. But you can use Bomb Rush to also stall objective while not leaving the front. You can use missiles to stall the objective while being able to literally follow up and combo with your missiles. Yeah, missiles are extremely versatile. Sort of Stingray doesn't really have that versatility. Like Stingray is incredibly annoying. It is one of the worst feeling things in the game to die to. I get why people hate Stingray and why people think Stingray is extremely strong, because anything that shoots through walls, people are going to think is absolute bull. It's just how it is. It feels really unfair. But the problem is that Stingray can be countered in ways that, like, people often think about counters as this weapon kills this weapon. How do you counter the ray? You counter ray it and hit it with another ray, or you have to use missiles on the ray. But the thing is with the ray is, like, you can just ignore the ray sometimes and take the. You can ignore the ray and abuse the fact that you're in a 4 versus 3 situation. You outnumber the enemy team right now. If that ray doesn't kill you and kill somebody else with it too, you're in an advantage state. And you can really capitalize on the fact that that backline player put themselves all the way at their spawn. Because now they have to swim back after too. Even if you're like able to wait the ray out without giving up a lot of ground, like being that time where the anchor has to swim back to its team can be capitalized on. And the better you get at the game, the easier it is to capitalize on those timings. It's why you don't see Stingray as often at high level anymore. The only weapon that really runs Stingray now is Custom Jet Squelcher, and Custom Jet Squelcher has its own reasons to be run that aren't related to Ray. Like the fact that it's like a long-range weapon with burst bombs that can get assists. Like like I honestly think Jet would be much scarier if it had missiles instead of Ray, because now it doesn't have to leave, and it can shoot you while you're having to dodge those missiles because of its range. Like it can. I've seen that happen. He probably thought that they had lead and he could just take the Rainmaker back and stall with it, because that is a thing you can do. That or they just got scared and they don't realize that they shouldn't be backing up with the Rainmaker, which I when I was playing S rank, I had somebody who took the Rainmaker the wrong way because they didn't know they were going the wrong way. They're just going towards the pedestal, and then they realize it's our pedestal, and they're like, "Oh shit!" So people make mistakes. There's an argument to be made though that um, you could probably be making sure that you're not in a situation where like getting body blocked by a teammate is what loses you the game. Because when losing games, it's really easy to overfocus on like a very specific moment where it looks like things went bad. Yes, but but there's things you might have been able to do earlier in the game, like capitalize more on momentum. Like it might have been smooth. If it was going smoothly, then that kind of implies that you might have been able to take more advantage of the situation and get a deeper lead. That's what I'm getting at, because like you can't focus too much on things you can't control. you know? Like, yeah, we acknowledge that sometimes teammates are idiots, but we can't control them, so focusing on it isn't too helpful. Let me make sure my stream is still running, because I'm going to try and start shading. I've already started trying shading. Okay, it's still going. Let's see, let me start with the this really dark section. It's been loading for a while, or I just hope it's okay, because I haven't really done anything like this before. So I don't know everything that can go wrong with this. I mean, Discord kicking me off of VC and crashing for no reason doesn't help. There used to be a running joke that you couldn't have a Splatoon tournament unless Discord crashed and wasn't working for the entire day. Because it happened at like every single major for like several months. Discord would crash on them and they'd be unable to use Discord to VC while they still have to play their games. And it's kind of people started making TeamSpeak servers or like using Skype because they needed to be able to talk. Trying something I don't normally do right now and trying to start with the darkest areas first rather than going light to dark. Yeah, double armor is pretty annoying, but if they're not actually like capitalizing on it, it's kind of it's like if the armor weapons aren't actually fighting. Like if it's like a junior player that just like sits in their base and like doesn't even throw bombs, just farms armor all game, it's kind of it's like those zaps that farm missiles all game. It's about as useful as that. Uh, yeah. I mean, orange zap is actually pretty good. Yeah, I agree with you. Um, that's not the reason why I think K-Shot's better. The reason I think K-Shot's better is really simple. It has a suction bomb 7 auto bomb. Like N-Zap is still like a really good main weapon. Like it paints more than splatter shots, and it's got more mobility. Like it has the lightweight property, which K shot doesn't. K shot does have like the better kill time and kill power, but lightweight speed does help a lot. Specifically suction bomb, it's not worth it over. Because suction bomb is like one of the one of the two best subs in the games. The other best sub in the game being splat bomb. No. I would say that the best subs in the game are like splat bomb, suction bomb, and then a bit after them auto bomb, and then like burst bomb, then fizzy, torpedo would roughly be around there. Auto bomb's a lethal bomb. Um, I think it depends if you think your team's going to be able to push off the armor. You usually don't want to put yourself in a situation where you would die using armor because you want to be able to use the armor too. Honestly, just keeping like the 50% of your charge. Yeah, like most armor weapons can get armor pretty fast. So like keeping the 50% charge is not that bad. And most armor weapons are like running charge up or something, or they have very cheap armors. It's kind of hard to say because it really depends on the situation if you want to like risk popping armor right then, because you have to think about like is your like if you're the last alive and you're popping armor, that's obviously like really bad. Like Junior's always been 180. That's why people wanted Junior nerfed a while back. People wanted Junior nerfed back when Junior was being used like literally everywhere. But that was because like H3 got nerfed, so like, I think H3 and Zap got nerfed, and then people took a while to realize that Zap is still extremely good. Permanent ink brush, yeah. I think like almost every armor weapon right now is viable. Like the weaker ones would be like, yeah, Kentaglue is one of the weaker ones, but it's still pretty solid. Like even Rapid Pro Deco is seeing play, and Rapid Pro Deco is one of the weaker ones. I'm happy that Rapid Pro Deco is seeing play. It's one of my favorite weapons. Rapid Pro Deco is kind of in a weird spot because it's like an anti-anchor weapon. So it's going to be good as long as people are running things like E-Leader. As soon as people realize E-Leader is not good to be spammed everywhere, it's going to start falling. Because there's like, I don't think Ken's undercover's changed that much. It used to be, everybody hated it. Yeah, slightly by like 10. I don't think that's very significant. I think if it was strong before, it was... It's strong now if it was strong before, and is what I'm saying. Yeah, it got a nerf. But the main thing that countered it was not the nerf, it was people adapting to how it played. Because Kent's undercover wants you to shoot at it. And it being an armor weapon, people shot at it. It being a torpedo spamming armor weapon on top of that. It was an incredibly annoying weapon, so it drew a lot of fire. And it's also like, it's an undercover, it should be an easy kill, right? Turns out it's not. Yeah. Yeah, even like custom Hydra is pretty solid. Like custom Hydra people would think is weak, but yeah, same. I think custom Hydra is a bit underutilized right now. It's harder to build a team around, yeah, because you have to like set up the Hydra. You can't just slot in a Hydra. Although people are just slotting an E-Leader away, so maybe you can just slot in Hydra. Hydra can hold its charge and walk, and I'm pretty sure it did get a small one. It's just that it's still slow because it's Hydra. I mean, if Hydra was running as fast as Mini, that'd be terrifying. I think custom E-Leader is better. Like, if you're going to use E-Leader, I think custom E-Leader is a little bit better. Yeah, but it has beacons, and that does a lot. I mean, you can shoot your bubbles. I mean, the problem is E-Leader is not efficient. That's the real problem. That's why I'm saying, like, if you have to run E-Leader, like, if you must pick E-Leader, I think the custom one is slightly better. Because custom can use its bubbles to play more towards the front than the other one can. Like, you can, like, use bubbles and then, like, charge your shots to burst bubbles on people rather than having to hit them directly. If you're You play E-Leader because it dumps a lot of paint per shot, or because you think you need to counter, or because you think you need to be able to outrange Splat Charger, which, like, if you're thinking of matchups in terms of beat the enemy anchor, you're kind of missing things in my opinion, because the anchor is often, like, the least impactful thing to kill. Like, you want to be killing the people who are at the front. Those are usually most the most impactful things to kill. Like if the team only has like 2 weapons that can fight up at the front and you kill both of them, that team cannot push. All it can do is defend. And the fact they can't push is huge because, and this is the kind of game where it only takes one good push to win. If that push is good enough. I'm not even talking like knockouts. I'm talking like you have a bad opening in Rainmaker, and then the enemy team gets to like 5 points left on their first push. Have a fun game. Even if you can like be in control of the game most of the time, after that you basically have to cap it now. Like one slip up. Zones is a little bit like that. Still. It's like you can lose to messing up like one push really badly. Like one retake. You flub the retake and now you're just dead. Like the main problem with E-Leader is the speed at which you can do things is really slow. Like I'm not saying there's situations where it's not a really good pick, but it's not like an auto pick weapon. Oh, you like lost a Cohawk charge? Is it arc or something? Uh, the middle cannon is really important. Like, you're pretty much trying to protect the middle cannon. I think you do need two people on cannons though, and you need to like use the side cannons as it's whenever the middle cannon gets unsafe. It's really important on cannons to have somebody who like knows what they're doing on cannons. There's a lot of difficult fly fish to hit, which is part of the problem. So you do need people on the field to like if you're playing in squad, you want people on the field to like try and cripple fly fish if it's convenient to. Otherwise, you have to use like the I don't know if the center cannon can hit all the fly fish spots. Yeah, I think there's some that only the left and the right cannons can hit. And you kind of just have to deal with it to some extent. That's salmon. It is. Oh, nice. Yeah, Rainmaker is a very fast-paced mode. It can be hard to get used to. I think when I grinded rank X, I think Rainmaker and Clams were the last two I got. Clams is pretty fun when it works out. Like, there's a lot of strategy to that mode. I think it's the best competitive mode. Solo queue, it's kind of a mess, so you have to like work with it because people don't really get the idea that you like need to control the middle a lot, and that you like need to be like trying to control the clam counts. Clam economy, as I jokingly call it. I think doing that makes clams respawn if you do that enough, so I don't really see people do that much. I have seen people like intentionally make power clams when they have lead and then do nothing with them towards the end of the game to deny people from picking up clams, which is pretty neat. Oh, my hand's starting to cramp up from this. Yeah, freelance goldie seeking's rough. Do you know the pattern for normal tide? Sometimes it's a matter of you have to know the actual full connections so that when the randos open things, you can use whatever random thing they open to help narrow it down faster. And you have to be ready to use specials on that wave too. Like I use Stingray to open gushers sometimes. Yeah, you can definitely get like just really bad luck. Griller used to give 3 eggs. I think 5 eggs is too many. I think it should have been 4. Because now it's turned into if you're playing like uh overfishing, you want grillers every single wave if you can get it because it's 60 eggs. Or more, yeah. Like I've seen like high tide you can get like 80. It's ridiculous. It's just the farm wave. It used to be like grillers used to be incredibly scary because it was really hard to meet quota. Kind of like how rush is really scary. Like rush is like the last scary wave. Except like seeking is a scary wave but for the wrong reasons. Oh, like the worker's outfit? I think you can you might be able to like find the like the suits to work with. Like I know you can like get there's like industrial gloves. The bear. Never underestimate small fry. Two steelheads are actually pretty scary. Two steelheads can lose the game. Hope I don't have to stop early because of my hand cramping from this. I'd rather finish this first. Even if this is taking me like forever. That's pretty loud. Plateau is you gotta be careful not to roll too much, because I got 9% rolls now. Wonder why this Ethernet connection stopped working. Try is very strong right now. Yeah, that's kind of Tri-Saucer's thing right now. It just doesn't need to aim sometimes and just kill stuff. Like it invalidates the close range mobility weapons. Yeah, to use your full range, you need to aim. What if you get into a certain range where like Sploosh and stuff likes to fight, it just shuts them down. Can't dodge it. Yeah, the Nouveau one's really good. People overlook it too much. It having a splat bomb is extremely strong. Like, splat bomb's the best sub weapon for a reason. Yeah, but sometimes giving up a bomb is a big deal, and you have other weapons running armor. Giving up a splat bomb is a pretty big cost. I think splat bomb would still be stronger. Splat bomb is still fast enough to get combo damage with. Yeah, splat bombs are broken. Like that's the thing with them. Like burst bombs are really good. Don't get me wrong. Splat bombs are absolutely busted. Like splat bombs and suction bombs are just flat out overpowered compared to every other sub in the game. They're in a class of their own. They're what people refer to when they say lethal bombs. Because lethal bombs like just do so much and have so much versatility, and they can't like really be ignored. You can't just tank a lethal bomb. Alright, I think I'm done now. And here's the sketch I did before for practice. Right, I'm gonna cut my stream here now, since I'm done, and then see if I can upload these files somewhere. You're welcome. I hope the talk earlier on the banana and the whole like drawing shapes instead of trying to draw objects thing helped. Right. Right, have a good day.